I see. Hi, Chris. Good day. Good time zone. How's you? Two different challenges in one day. What happened? What happened? I don't even know if my mic works at this point. I did some things with the audio, so you might not hear me at that instant. Central, hi, what got in? Not sad, just tired and annoyed. Also, dang, I don't think that worked. It didn't. Ah, that works. I'm sad because of my hair. Like this is fluffy as fuck. I don't like it. I have no choice. So it's it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. You know, the mic is half working. It's just kind of weird. I had like a bit of a level stuff happen earlier, and I had to switch things, and I switched the music source. So now we are finally back to epidemic sound for the music instead of string beats from last week. So switching things kind of sometimes break stuff. But that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. We good. We good. It's Tony. Hi. Welcome. How is you? I've made some progress. Almost. Almost good. Almost good. We have some things working, which is good, but it's still bad. Good. I mean, that's good news to me. Tony. That's yeah. I have this magnificent thing. That's pretty good. And well, it's still broken, right? It is it's still broken, but we now have a bit of a better selection. There is less overlapping from the tabs, so that's good to an extent. And right now the country don't load directly, but they do load. And we now have this. I'm happy with that. This, if I just say we now have this, that doesn't make sense. This is the monetization plan to an extent, which basically are dictionaries for multiple words. So these are the first 1,000 word. I think the tab needs to go out of the view when we go into the dictionaries, just stay there. But we have like the first 6,000 words that are the most common words in Japanese. And so what I'm thinking is letting the user have access to the first 2,000 for free, which is like enough. Like it brings you from beginner to like medium status type of thing. And then if they want to have access to the rest of the thing, they could pay some amount. I don't know. If they just want to have access to the dictionaries themselves. The plan is to have the game, the quiz, and the other things for memorization, like the cards and all these things to pop in here as well. So you can see if we can do that. Gothic, hi, welcome in. Thank you for the drink. I appreciate it. So that's the current plan, and obviously right now it's a grid. It's bad, right? These 3,000 and 4,000 and nothing works because they are locked. So I need to fix that. Also, the radius is bad, but that's a detail. The plan, as I said last week, is to, after these 6,000 words, have packs of 1,000 words for like design related stuff, coding related stuff, gardening related stuff, like specifics to industries and or occupation, hobby, and activities to make sure that the users or the people that want to learn specific things can. That's the plan. That is the plan. The split for these are still, I'm so sad about that, are still the XML files, but the split for the words, the dictionary, instead of having the 229 megabytes XML file, it is now splitted into 6 different JSON files that are much lighter because they are all 1,000 words. So yeah, it wasn't a language learning app, because if I did say it at the time and at the life. Hi, welcome on in. Have a good minute with us. Appreciate that. If I had said something about building a language learning app and openly talk about it, as I did on previous project, I wouldn't have come this far. Like, the only reason why now I'm continuing working on it after having revealed it is because I've done so much already, and it's so close to be okay to be published somewhere that I have enough push to do the thing. If I didn't, or if I didn't wait and talked about it directly, I would have stopped in one of the first stage, and it's not good, or it wasn't good. As in, it would have been this, which was fine to an extent, but I would have been like, yeah, I've done that, and I would have stopped there. I would have just an app that loads kanjis from an API and be done with it. But yeah, I would have stopped there, and I then did this to see if it was better, and I basically made it like a radical first app and added the page for details. Was shit. some more stuff in there, and the last one is this, which is much better. It's still broken, but it's much better, so I like that. I started to do like a bit of a documentation page for my website to have like something to showcase as a work in progress, just in case, like so that I have some documentation, because right now I don't have much. So yeah, but yeah, that's good. The fact that it's now JSON based, as you said the first time, JSON is way faster than XML, so that's good for the loading of the dictionaries. And I removed the previous dictionary, so that's much better. It's less strain. Not needing to load like 20,000 words. That was a good idea. It's just 6,000. Still a lot, but yeah, at least for that. Yeah, I don't know if Apple reviewed the code specifically, or if they reviewed the function of the app. I also looked at the way for me to put monetization in the app. Not the only way, but like it's the same thing. The only way that I would have the ability to put an app on the store is to join or enroll in the subscription model for the Apple Store, which is like $100 a year. So that's the thing. Like I kind of need to ensure that how can I say that, the prices of the extension packs is gonna cover the Apple Store enrollment thing if I have, like, let's say 100 install and people buy from it. That's the plan. So there is a lot of economics that needs to go in the thinking, and I haven't thought much. So, the fact that I have started to think about the monetization is good on my side, but it's still bad because I haven't thought enough. Yeah, I think mainly because the app is offline, and I mean, for now, I don't know if you need to be able to download a pack. Maybe there need to be some sort of online gathering of something. I don't know, but yeah, the right now the app is offline, so there is nothing that can be accessed from me by anyone else. And going to the current debacle of MKBHD wallpaper app, tracking a ton of data, apparently, for no reason. I don't track anything. I mean, I haven't said anything in terms of tracking, and I don't really care about data unless, I mean, the only data that I need is, did you download the app? Yes, cool. Did you buy something? Better. Did you buy nothing and you enjoy the app? Cool, cool, cool. I'm good with that. So I don't need data. That's, yeah. And yes, Jan, I am coding. I'm basically doing that. I let me find one that makes sense. There. It's basically that. Like, I'm asking Copilot-ish, and I say, is there a way to display the amount of example to 4 and not more than that, and then just randomize the output of the examples, and then the AI is telling me yes, and then I just press apply. That tiny buttons right there, and I just say, yeah, apply that to the code, and we're good. So I'm not really coding it. I do the code part on the design section. So anytime that I need to have the specific element that needs to have like a design that is a bit more visual than anything else, I can do that through um, like Xcode directly. It's really simple. It's really good. So for example, if I had the entry cell is going to be pretty easy to get. If I select something like a text element, I then have all of these things that give me the information that says, oh, that text is body text, but it can be any other thing from system, and it can take another color, but I can just apply the color from there. It's really simple. So yeah, have a good luck. So overall, easy to do the CSS, even with my limited knowledge of Swift. I would be better in CSS for sure. But still, like, the system thinks is really good, and the fact that you have the ability to switch from dark mode to light mode by default is neat. And now, the thing that I did today, which took me like a long time, is this. I don't think this is gonna load fast, but I finally integrated this. And so now the illustration that we did on Friday last week, or Monday this week, I forgot, Friday last week, are done and integrated, and they match the specific character that you click on. So if you click on something and it's there, then that helps. The thing that I'm seeing though is that it doesn't like track the progress. The learning progress is supposed to happen every time you tap, but I need to do both. So yeah, I need to put that in place. yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I did that today. Still happy. I don't. Um, what does it remove the current view when opening the overlay? It doesn't really removes it. It put it in the back. It's a sheet type of behavior. So it's the basic thing that you said you wanted for the menu on the mobile version on your site. So it's just it condensed the background into something that's smaller. It's also darker. Like on my phone, there it's not white. But yeah, that transition here is the native iOS transition. It does make it like black and white, which is kind of sad. I wish we could keep the color, but eh, eh. It's probably something on the sheet behavior there. Probably. But I don't know about that. It's not that weird. It's not that weird if I'm looking at. I don't think this is going to work, but we're going to test it out. Yep, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Let me see my desk for a second. My dust. Denny, hi, welcome in. What do you mean, no? What happened? Why is this broken? Sorry, I'm trying to have the phone right there, but it doesn't want to go through. Now it goes through, and I'm leaking messages. Um, the behavior here, you can see how it's black in the background. It's not like white, like it's not a specifically here. It's not like white overlay. So it's fine. It's fine. Though I'm sad about the progress. I fix that. I need to fix that. I think the progress is only gonna work if I have the quiz working. Probably. Yeah, probably. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see. But yeah, for now, at least. I have that. It's working. I'm happy with that. Jenny, let me read your messages. I didn't see your messages. You said. And yes, well, welcome to the technologically advanced age of technology. Jenny. And you want to show me something confidential again? God damn it. Cat, hi, what got it? You said that the overlay shouldn't push the next page. So basically, you're saying that the fact that the thing slides in and the other one goes back shouldn't happen. It's basically a stack. So the one that comes on top. Yeah, you can think of it as the thing that is overlaying the content is going in z index 0, and the rest is going to z index -1, basically. So it's pushing the content. Yeah. It is a context menu to an extent, but yeah, it has the ability to do much more. Like, I don't know if it will work, but technically if I go here and I'm on a radical thing, and then I find a kanji that I like, and I can click on that, and then I can click on the radical and click on another kanji, and click it. You can see how it basically stacks elements. So I don't know. It's the sheet behavior. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's bad. I'm just used to it by now. Yes, I mean, you can send something. Yes, 100%. Then that's an option. It is an option. We have 4 things from Chris as well. 4 things. We're gonna do that, and I'm gonna see what it is. Veil, that did the chess things, posted an update on Twitter. We're gonna take a look at that as well because it's kind of interesting. And yeah. Let me see. Did I like it? I did. There. So Veil has done this, which is interesting. I don't know if I like it. I know I don't like it entirely, but right. It's interesting. I still feel like there is things that needs to be updated, of course, specifically on the moves. I feel like this is not the greatest. And then for the buttons, they are interesting, but as you can potentially see when I'm zooming in way more, the background element that it's enclosing the buttons doesn't have the same effect, and that's weird to me. I feel like the section right here should have the same over radiated, and the top would have like a lower radius. I think that would be better. It might create something kind of weird around here, but I don't know. But other than that, these are really interesting buttons for sure. They are clicky buttons, as they say, and it makes sense. But for me, the most complicated thing is going to be the moves. I feel like this is not good, mainly because it's just it doesn't feel like a move. Like, you have the piece shape, that not the piece shape, the piece, the chess piece shape, and then you have the tile on which it was and the tile on which it landed. But I feel like there is it is missing something for me, and there is a bit of an order differences that I would like to have, because right now if you are thinking of it as each new event, new move is going to be on the top of the list, that means that the logical chronological action has been the user has moved and then raised, which I think you should do the opposite. You should raise and then move. I don't know. That's to be defined with the client for sure. But I feel like it would be better to have like a choose your action, then depending on your action you can do something, and so you have like a move. And then so that's the first thing. The second thing is going to be the moves. I do feel like if you started on E2 and then you move to E4, you kind of want to see where your piece pawn is located. So instead of having it here, I would have like an empty state of the e2 and then a location here on e4, implying that it moved from here to here, maybe having an arrow, having something, I don't know. It's something that tells the user that there has been something. But yeah, like I don't know. An action to be separate things. As in that, or as in here? You saying that the money action should be separated, or being separated per move is good? As in new round? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Cool. I'm gonna take a look at that in a minute. But yeah, I think I agree with that. It should maybe like side by side, because the height of this and the width of this is, if you remove the number, the action number, it's less than half. So you have the ability to get raised to 32, and then you can have the number of move and the move that happens on 2 columns, and that could be side to side. I agree with that. The other thing that I'm thinking about is that if or when the user define that they are using money, I mean, anything that is money related could be like its entire column for both users. It's just like, oh, player 1 raised, player 2 raised, player 1 matched, player 1 raised. Therefore, in order for Shape or Veil to play again, they need to raise again. And it's a bit of a process as well, but I don't know if it makes sense much. So, yeah. To be checked. To be checked. Just like that. That's interesting. But yeah, other than that, that's a pretty good addition. They did the thing that you said, Stony, with the numbers and like location things outside of the board. I don't think I like the fact that it's just on one side and not like here with the border itself. So I would I would have a black border around as well, just for the sake of alignment, because right now it looks like the board is off center, which is the case, but I don't know. But yeah, other than that, it's a pretty good update. I feel like, as you said, the buttons are fun and clickable. I think the columns are at the sides can be smaller in width so that the user have a bigger view of the board. Not really, the board is basically the biggest it can be right now. Like the only thing that you could do to make it bigger is to not have that gap right there. But you can't really change the height. Yeah. Also, to me, I think, again, you need to use colors with intent and not color for decoration. And right now, this purple is with a bit of an intent, being like that's you, or that is the currently playing user, like that's your turn. That could work. But then the raise, match, fold have the same importance as play now, which is technically what you're currently doing. So, yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. It's, yeah, I don't know. I really feel like the 32 plus minus should be bigger than that. It should be like front and center of how much you're about to win. Going back to the examples that we had last week from the French, games, gambling things. Like, this is the jackpot for Friday, for example. It's 130 millions. This is the jackpot for today, I think. Yeah. It's 6 million, and it's front and center, right? It's you know how much is like the current amount in bet. That doesn't make sense. Betting. So having it so small and so unimportant compared to these, yeah. I don't know. These are the links that I'm not clicking on stream. I know that. And I can if I have my screen off, but yes. I mean, it's safe, but you know, the link is safe. But if I'm myself, I will click on the button to try myself, and then No, I'm not saying that what you have sent is unsafe. I'm saying if I go on the website, I will probably click on go to test out my speed as well. So yeah, so that's an interesting thing. I wish Veil could come in and we could have a bit of chat around that. But yeah, overall pretty good. I really feel like this, like a bit of an arrow that just says I can move from here to here, move from here to here. That makes a lot of sense to me, and specifically the icon being on the other side, like where it landed, is making more sense, because being from E4 to E2 is not the thing. It's went from E2 to E4, so the piece should be here. It's the end point that is more important. Yeah. So to be checked, you know? To be checked. Cat, that sounds kinky as fuck. But yeah, happy to help. So yes, that was Veil's update, which I think is interesting. Let me take a look at what you sent, Lenny. Interesting. Yeah, I do agree with that. And how much time do you have, Denny? Also, these images are wide and hard to load. You have some issues on the alignments and some issues on the overlaps. I see. Good. How much time are you planning on staying here? Because I need to take a look at that as well. Shenshiro is here, and Chris is here as well. And we have these two things, which are the coupon board, and then we have these two as well. So Chris, I think I think this is Shanchiro's one, and I think this is yours. I have a feeling I'm making a mistake today. I'm correct. Cool. Well, that as well. Yes. God damn. Yes. Alright. That implies that this is yours, Chris. And this is Shantaro's as well, I guess. Because of the naming conventions. Yeah, I was right for the naming convention, but I clicked on the thing wrong. My bad. Like that. You name both things really differently, so. I do, Stoney. I mean, I used to do. I do less now, but yeah. I usually, every time I go to pee, I used to do one, at least. So I go, I do one, then I come back, I do one as well. I'm still dead though. Anyways, not centered. That's gonna go straight to. Oh, we have a ton of code stuff. Straight to planning. Not centered. I was right. So your text could span the same amount of the input and the button. Right now, it's not entirely what you expect to see. Your like enter your email is centered because everything is centered, so I get it. But it feels weird to me to have that. So I would have the enter your email on the side with probably an icon, which is kind of what you've done here. I do prefer, but I'm not looking at this one yet. And then the line spacing, the line height is a bit tiny. So the recommendation is 160%, which is wide. But for these types of text, you could go with 150 or 160. It's kind of, it's going to go better or be better for reading purposes. I don't know if I would align left. I think I could. And also that, yes, we're about to come to that. I think the no thanks could be on the top right, like the skip button on most things, so it's not center to the page, so that the people who don't click on no thanks, they need to look for it. Dark patterns, you know, right? It's easier to just enter your email and click subscribe than look for the no thanks button. And yes, the spacing between these two and the spacing between these two is equal, meaning that it feels as if they were not really related or working together. After that, that's the layout related things. The bottom section is really good. It's graphic addition, so I don't mind it. The gold effect is debatable, but why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? I would change the fonts. I would personally change the fonts. I would probably have a bit of a bolder font here and something that invites more the user to read. So less text. Or just 3 lines with more line height. That's about it. Like overall, it's pretty good. The fashion trend is placed properly in the corner. You have like about a square right there, so that's good. The content to read is placed properly as well. You could overlap the entire thing centered to the ads, but then you would overlap, like the button would overlap the images. So that's debatable. I don't know about the button style. Right now I'm looking at it and it feels almost disabled, but the subscribe is in gold. So it still means that it's important, but not entirely. I feel like it could work if it was like disabled, and when you type your email in entirely, it transformed into full gold with the subscribe being like embossed, carved in the button. Could, if you just want to go full gold. But yeah, I don't know. Other than that, color is good, background is interesting. The fact that you have like the halo behind, which you've done 3 times now, that starts to be your signature move. Recognize patterns is good. Overall good. I'm unsure about the gold effect on the logo. On the subscribe, I'm not a fan of it, but it doesn't bother me. On the logo, if it's always there on the website and always there, and I'm always seeing that, it's gonna be a bit much. But yeah, overall good. Just the font needs to be more aligned and centered to the page. Yeah, it's pretty good. This one, I have a lot of things. I wish I could have access to, not access to, but I wish I could have the build that you made to get that. Nonetheless, it's the same concept. It is the same 10% thing. And this is a more fun flyer layout. It is a bit harder to read. So the font that you've chosen, you did
Macruz_P is now following.
M Cruz, hi. Welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. Like the font is harder to read. These, the dibs on fashion, the space right there. That's a lot. that is a lot. And then I don't know if it's first dibs on fashion, dibs on first fashion, first dibs on first fashion. I really have a hard time with these fonts layout, but that's a personal thing as always. So debatable how you want to fix it, but I feel like if you had like first dibs on fashion or first dibs on fashion as 2 lines, it would have made more sense. You may have done that on purpose to have the on top of each other, but I don't know. I don't know. That's a you thing. The other thing, similar to what Denny said earlier for Shantiro's version, the spacing in between your 2 fields is bigger than the spacing in between your bottom field and the subscribe, meaning that these 2 are together, but this one means nothing. So yes, you don't need the full name and you'd rather have the email to subscribe, but if you don't have the name, then is it really useful? I don't know. So spacing wise would be interesting to have like the same thing, and then that entire font behavior. I feel like maybe I can do that. Maybe, I don't know. Let me see if I have that. Oh, that changed. I kept these. Obviously, you know, obviously, but the way that they have like the himeji in the background, that could have been a similar move for you to, I mean, not entirely, but like the way it is, the font is just stretched down, and it creates something interesting without really working a lot in the aligning stuff all around. So I have a feeling that it could have potentially been something like this. But working with fonts and creating graphics with fonts and only fonts is complicated. So I get that. Buttons is good. It looks like the button that we made together the first time, so that's interesting. The alignment is visually uncentered, but that's because of the font choice and the arrows and the line height on the font, so I'm not gonna complain about that. I know where it comes from. I really have a hard time with the fonts. The top one. Because it to me it brings a lot of informations for no real information, like sign up to Fashion Trends newsletter and get first dibs on plus 10% off fashion. That's how I read the thing, right? It's not linear reading. Or I think it's first dibs on fashion plus 10% off. I think that's the entire thing. Kenna, thanks a lot for the stream streak. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. But if you just had the first dibs on fashion plus 10% off, and that's it, I think that would have been good, if not better, because you would have removed that entire thing at the top. But yeah, other than that, the spacing right there, the spacing between the two field and the fonts, I think the layout is pretty good. It will work. It's aligned, and the question or the thing that I was saying earlier about having access to the Figma file or whatever file that you have was to know if you did the shadow yourself, or if it was, or if that image was something that you just found. Because if you did, and these two persons are cut out, I would have the heads just bump out a tad, or overlap the text, or things. So yeah, that is interesting. But the fonts is the hardest thing to master, I know. But fonts. Overall good. Overall good. Let's move on to this one. So this is the footer, I'm guessing. These two are the footer for the same Green Eats organic food delivery thing. And it's a footer. So yeah. Yeah. Fonts, again. My main issue here is the fonts. The logo is cool. I really like the beans, even though it might not be beans. But I like these. They're cute little beans. There is too much text. That text layer, I don't think it's necessary. That text layer here, why not? But I don't think that to keep up to date with us is necessary. I would just say join our newsletter. That could work. The icon in the email field, I don't mind it. The fact that it's not the email icon, I don't really care. What I would have done is probably put the button inside of the field and make the field bigger. Yeah, That doesn't bother me. It's the height that it needs to be. It's properly placed. And the text could be bigger, but that's not necessary. Yeah, it's not necessary. It's okay. It's not necessary. But yeah, I would have the button inside and the field wrapping around that side. So the button would stay the same height and width, and then the input field would be much bigger, meaning that the text would be much bigger inside for sure. And that way you have a bit of a bigger focus on the subscribe because it's enclosed in an input field. Therefore, your eyes are seeing like multiple cards around the same thing. So you're like, oh, that's important. So that's the thing. The top is too small. I really don't think that is necessary either. I get it. You need the tagline underneath the logo to ensure that the people know where they are. But if someone reached your footer, they have read the entire site, or they are like me and they just scroll down to get access to one of these things. Other than that, they came to your website, so usually they know what they are looking at. But yeah, otherwise the color scheme is good. The contrast ratio is much better than usual. I like that green again. The consistency when it comes to the input field being fully rounded, the button being fully rounded, the spacings and alignments is better on this one. I have a bit of a doubt in the space that you have here on the left is non-equal to this one. There's less space here. It's also like a visual alignment with the circle, so that's debatable. And I hate footers in general, so I have a bit of a hard time with them. I don't think they are useful. But yeah, other than that, I have a question on that. What the fuck is that icon? How is this 2010 icon came back? Like, I don't mind this one, but that? God damn. Haven't seen that in a while. Haven't seen that in a while. But yeah, no, that back to top button is too close to the subscribe, so I don't think it's necessary to be here. But the rest is good. I don't mind the icon, but I'm like, consistency on everything. Maybe it's just the pack that you have found. That's all you have. But yeah, so that's pretty good. Again, the gradient in the background seems to be your signature traits right now. It doesn't. I mean, I don't have the social icons on my pack, so no, can't be mine. And in this one, you have the same back to top design. Like it is exactly the same. That is true. That is true. The grid has disappeared. I thought it was a bit of a change for now. Contrast ratio, Chris. Contrast ratio. God damn. I'm sure it passes, but it's hard to read. These blocks of text right there are hard to read. The other thing that I'm seeing is that I'm seeing only that and that. The rest is just a blur. I can't pay attention to anything else than that big ass green thing and that big ass white thing. That's it. So yeah, I don't know if it's necessary. Going back to what Denny has made multiple times, or something that we would have on Clerk, for example, footer design, you can have big ass elements that are the logo, but they are faded. They are not the most important thing on the footer. So, yeah, if you are interested in footers and you want some inspirations, footer.design is gonna be your best friend. It's pretty good. It works, and you have access to everything. Maybe, maybe you are, Danny. Maybe you are. That would be sad, but yeah, maybe you are. Anyways, that logo is way too big for me. That contrast ratio is just, it's green on green, even though it's a light green on top of a dark green. Yes, it's still, it passes, I'm sure of it, but it's just, I don't know. There's something about it that don't work. If you had gone with that green right there instead of that green, like the leaf green rather than the logo green, I think this would have been better. But yeah. And then this is weird. The top section is kind of weird because order now, cool. I get it. You have, it's a delivery app, so you can order now. Good. But the arrow is pointing up to what I assume would be the header of the website that has the order or something. Find a place to order. I don't know. So it's pointing up, but if the order now is supposed to send here, I, I, it, I, it's weird. Pablo, hi, welcome in. Talk about the contrast. I remember the problem with the brand red. The sponsor said the primary person would be brand red, and the contrast came in horribly. Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. Yeah. Everything is green. Everything's green, Chris. Right there, everything's green. But I get it. I'm not zoomed in. I saw it. I saw this one more than the other side. The Apple Pay is pissing me off so much because it's so small compared to the other ones. Like all the other logos are good in terms of height, but the Apple Pay is just, it's smaller than the MasterCard logo inside of the MasterCard logo. That is tiny. Anyways, yeah, I think contrast would work. I think contrast works, but it's just like, yeah, not the greatest. One of the things that I would say is if the app came up during the scroll in the landing page, and you have like screenshots of the apps or other links to the App Store, I don't mind having just the buttons at the bottom. But if you had not displayed the app prior to the footer and you just have the buttons to download the app on the footer, I feel like you need somehow to have like a presentation of the app in the footer to say, oh, this is the app that you can download and you can download it here. So yeah, that's the, to me, that would be the ID. I think, let me see, do we have something with a, illustrative? I guess this one is going to be pretty good. Like you can see how minimalistic they are. What are you reading, Gothic? What's the what? Yeah, what are you reading? 200 pages. I have not read that. That is for sure. I just hate footers. 99% of the time, they makes no sense, and they are useless. Like this makes sense to me. That's enough. That's all you need. You don't need more than that. You just need like information about the website, as in copyright and shit. But what most people do, what you have here, they just cram everything in the footer. And it's the same thing for Shantaro's versions, which I think is just basically from a inspiration. Like you saw this, and that makes sense. But all of these, or most of these things, should be accessible on the header and not in the footer. Like the about us should be in the header. The everything related to your account should only be accessible from your account. So you should have a login, log out, sign in, sign up at the top that would give you access to this. The support is usually going to be the floating things on the bottom right. And anything else, as in the customer service, the FAQ, and all of that, this is useful. Yeah, they are asking for mini sitemaps, but mini sitemaps are just bad. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like here, if I had a mini sitemap there on that footer, there will be typographic, small type illustrative, grid, flat, animated, view, or all of these things that would be here, and then the submit or other buttons. And most of the time when you're looking at a footer for whatever website, it's just a duplicate of what you have in the header, and it just makes no sense to me. So yeah. Anyways, to recap what I was saying here, green, I don't think it's good. The green for the text mainly. The logos are too big. Like it's, again, it's like last time. I think it's the in between of it's big, but it just fits the content, so it's not on purpose. It's like you forgot to make it a certain width. This is like on purpose. It is bigger than the footer, and it kind of makes sense. Like this is on purpose. This feels like, oh, I just had the logo and it was in good quality, so I displayed it bigger. And it's also underneath where you are used to see it. Usually it's like in between the sitemap and the thing that is here. So it feels weird. I'm not against the order now, but I would probably have made it with a card. Like something like this. Rather than just that. I do like your back to top positioning and design itself. That's really cute. I like that. But yeah. If you want me to nitpick, I don't know what to say. That's not square. It's not square. By not much, but it's not square. Can you teach me to full screen like that in apps on Mac? I have Blackbone. Top if I go full screen. I mean, I'm not full screen right now. I'm cropped in OBS. Andreas, hi, welcome in. How are you? Like you can't see it, but this. Can you see that when I'm zooming in? Yes. That is at the top of my screen, and that is at the bottom of my screen, but you usually don't see it because in OBS it's cropped. So right now you can see the dock is underneath and like hidden. So it's never full screen. Yeah. You will always have black bars, and then if you are someone that is not liking the notch at the top of your screen right there, you can do like me and have like a black background, like as always. Most boring thing ever, but it's just, it hide the notch without me having to hide the notch with the other things. I also don't really see it anyways. So yeah, that is really important to me. That contrast ratio there, it's kind of hard. And that is almost square. I'm sad about it. And I have doubts in the positioning of that icon. I feel like it could be... I think it's too much to the right by like 2 pixels, and you don't have enough space in between your icon and your text, which is something that Chincheros did pretty well around here. Like the space that we have there is almost equal to the space that we have here. It is greater on this side because it's a circle, so that makes sense. But the visual alignments of that icon, it's a bit too high. That's a detail on the icon itself. But it's pretty equal all around, so that's pretty good. One of the matching thing that we had discussed in the past is when you have an icon that needs to go somewhere in an input field, the really easy way to know where it's supposed to go is to create a square, and that square is gonna be where the icon is supposed to be. Like basically in the center of this, there will be your icon. So it's about here. And then your text can be to 0 if you wanted to. But that, yeah, that's about it. Usually, yeah. Usually, but usually I just do that. I just square it out, and then I would have my text layer there. Not there. There. You just want to have that amount of text, or that amount of... That's 15, that's neat. That. It's just a square. That way you ensure that it will be good anyways, and so that way if you have like a fully rounded thing, you're good. If you have a not fully rounded thing, you're good as well. It's always gonna be in the right position, and yeah, I do feel like this is the easiest way to plan and align your icon. So this one is pretty good. These ones are the same. They are a bit too much on the right side, and they have a bit not enough space in between them. So yeah, I am thinking about something, Chris. I know you are planning on doing this, so that is for later. I know that you said that you wanted to do or recreate these things in code at some point. And I know that you're doing this to get better in Figma or in whatever design tool you want to use. I do feel like you would be faster in code, maybe. And I think I think if you tried to do these things directly in code with the same amount of detail, it's going to be more beneficial for you than learning how to do them in Figma. I'm not saying both of you do that in code. I'm saying you, Chris, specifically. Like I don't think it could be beneficial for. I mean, I think it would be more beneficial for you to just do the code thing, and Gentros does the design side for now, and then later on, you both do the code thing. I don't know. Hi, Depsy. There was Zoom on me. I saw that. I said, why do that? Just, yeah. That's sad that it happened just now. But yeah. Which one? This one? Or something else? And you can't see that. I can't do that. This is weird. So yeah, other than that, bring back here. I really think that this could be done better and more beneficial for you, Chris, as a dev, to do that in code. But as you said, if that's not the goal for now, don't do it in code. One last point on this one. Font choices, again, complicated. These two, which are yours, font choices, Not the best. So, if I just say that doesn't help, right? Inter is not going to be the best choice every time. It is going to be the easiest to implement because it works anyways. If you want something that is similar, you can use Geist by Vercel. Same thing, same font, basically. Teeny tiny difference, but not necessarily a thing. As always, welcome back. Creative Markets, font section, scroll on. That's all you need to do. And you're looking for something, you're looking for a vibe, you're looking for, I don't know, something that works for weddings. You can type the location or the usage for fonts in there and get something that is going to be okay. I'm not saying buying these fonts, I'm saying look at them. And maybe you like that. And you see that this font has some specific things, some definitions, some tags. Mid-century modern seems to be the main tag for that font specifically. Maybe, I mean, you recognize this, maybe it works for you, maybe it doesn't, but at least you have a bit of a preview and you have some tags that will work for the thing that you're trying to achieve. So right now, let's say that this is what you need. You need something that is mid-century modern, and you just go onto your fonts.google, not fonts, fonts.google, and then in there you will look for mid-century modern type if there is any. Do we have a mid? We have that. Do we have a century? No, it's crazy. And you can look at something that is similar, right? That's the idea of finding something similar. It's really weird that they don't have that. I'm now debating Google Fonts. But yeah, like getting a better font is going to be easier if you know what you're looking for, because if you're just looking at the fonts through Figma or through Google Fonts without, or even here through FontShare, without really knowing where they are used and how they could be shall be used, like here, you may find yourself doing things like this. And using this, which is to me a military font, like it's not military, but it is some sort of military fonts, and this is more for barn fonts. That, yeah. No, it wasn't Cat. This is one of my first stream. I don't know if I still have her. Probably do. I probably do. Right there. Like this, these entire thing. That's the person. We've rated her multiple times, but that's the these are the clips that I'm using. She's been one of the most used sound effect on my stream. Anyways, going back to the font thing. So, right, getting in there, just looking at things, getting inspired, and or knowing where fonts are used, and looking at the tags that are linked to said fonts are going to help you a lot to then be able to just implement similar things, not the same, but like similar things. Like maybe this is working for, I don't know, a signature thing that we talked about. just a guess, I don't know. And these tags are gonna be chic font, romantic, lovely fonts, elegant, weddings. So that makes sense. So, you know, and once you get one that you like, you will see others that are in the same realm. So that's my point for fonts. Like, just get inspired. Creative Market is good, FontShare is good, but you don't have rendering. And the most crazy one is going to be Behance, where you could find an entire project about a font, or you could find an entire like branding and then be inspired by that. But I'm going to say a lot of buts on today's review. With the limitation of your project, I understand that you don't want to spend too much time finding a font, because that is going to be a lot. But yeah, getting the inspiration in the first place is going to help you in the future to just know, oh, I like that font, for example, and I like that combo with the bold or black and the small line thin font, and both of them are in caps. I like that. With the bold colors in the background, that makes sense. That works for me, and I understand the visual of the branding for that specific brand. And if I'm getting like another project which needs something a bit bold, a bit more Gen Z-ish, then I have a bit of an idea already. So yeah, that is the main point, just getting inspired, specifically with fonts. That's cute. And me being on Behance is crazy, as always. Oh, I like that. Anyways, no, not a command queue. My bad. So yeah, overall, good job. I like Shentro's a bit better. This one is really bad in terms of fonts, again, alignments and positioning, but good in terms of colors and overall layout. That spacing is bad. Larkham, hi, welcome on in. This one is good in terms of layout and placement, but bad in terms of fonts. So fonts again, and that spacing right there. Debatable. This one is really good. I am going to say that now. This one is really good. There is just a bit too much text for me. That's a me thing. Join our newsletter is enough to keep up to date with us. Yeah, I don't know if that's necessary. And then we are driven by passion for delivering fresh, sustainable food straight from our farms to your table. Nah. Yeah. I get it. Right? It's a tagline. But more energy, yes. I think Green Eats delivering fresh food straight to your plates is enough by reusing that specific lines. Fresh, straight, stable, good. That's enough for me. Don't need more than that. And then the last one is these are too big for me. I can't take that. So yeah, making the logo smaller and making the accessibility as well in terms of the contrast ratio with the green. It passes, yes. It's probably at like 3.8. I think I need to do that. Bitch. 5.3. Much better. But it's just the fact that they are so close together. Like, if you go with this, that's fine. That's okay. Again, these, what you have on your side is a gradient. So around here, it's lighter than around here. Specifically, the center is darker than everything. So it depends. But overall, I would, if you go with that green, the green of the leaves is going to be easier to see and click. And if you go with the green that is here, which is what you have, it's kind of complicated. One of the things that you can kind of test out, that's not something I talk about often because I don't really use it often, but it's useful. It's this. You just create like a mask for saturation, and that gives you a bit of an idea of the contrast ratio, which is from far away. Again, order now is the most prominent thing. The email is the second most visible thing. Then you have the logo, and then you have these. And I'm on purpose, or purposefully, far away so that you just have blobs on screen. When I'm zooming in, most things are roughly in the same realm, but this is still the most visible, second, third, fourth. which is it's a footer, so I don't care. But yeah, and now that I'm looking at that, these icons are less visible than these icons. So maybe there is a thing to be done to ensure that the contrast ratio with the background is met on both sides, or lighter on these ones. Yeah, maybe. Concept was for the logo to be giant. Yeah. I think, yeah. I mean, for me, it would be going back to this one because, you know, um, shit like this, like really big but on purpose, that is on both sides. Like it bleeds out. We are so important that we can't even contain ourselves in the footer. Like that's basically the idea or the concept behind these big ass text. I think it was intentional, yes, but not intentional enough to make it make sense. One of my professor when I was in school said that multiple times, and that's something that I said here as well. It's like you need to have to understand intent. Like if you are in the middle, if you say, oh, that's a big title, it needs to be bigger, and you put it at 32, when you could have put it at 84. Like 84 is going to be big for a website. Well, if I'm putting it at like 32 is the usual, 84 is the optimal thing, and I put it like 60, it's just in the middle where I don't know if I made a mistake, or if, technically, as the professor was saying, if you made a mistake and you just didn't know how big it should be. But if you put it like at 120, I'm like, okay, that's on purpose. Like there is no way that person has missed the fact that they have a font that takes this amount of space on their site. So that's why here, because it is exactly the size of the box, I'm like, it's on purpose, but it might also have been the image set to fill, and it just stretched to the size that it was available because it's mobile first. Therefore, it's just like this. If you had like the thing cropped to uh, the bottom of organic food delivery, for example, and that was underneath the fold, under everything, then I would have said, okay, that's on purpose, rather than here. So, details. But yeah, bigger is better. Yeah, bigger fonts for footers. And I know that your briefs are telling you to add stuff on the project, on each project every time. Like that's good. Yeah, that's good. Like you have one copyright thing, two copyright thing, location, and where to find us on social. That's about it. I don't need a sitemap. I don't need anything, and I feel like also their header is empty. But if I'm following here, basically this entire page, I have access to the work, the about, the email, back to the initial things, the logo-ish kind of thing, and the important information, and that's it. And the sitemap is there. And if you had like a sitemap, it would have given you these 3 links as well. Like, I don't know. That's cute. So, yeah, That's the point. That's me point. But yeah, the main thing for you, Chris, specifically is fonts. And the main thing for Central right now is gonna be more creative layouts. Like right now, they are really rigid, which is good. But I feel like it's time to break the rigidness of the layout. That's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun stuff. Denny, your turn from far away. I can't show it out on screen. God damn it. Which one do you prefer? You sent me 4. The first one is the first one, and then you have 3 others. I have one question before I say anything. What is the first is the chosen one? I'm going to stay on this one for now. What is the screen size that you have for this? It looks wide for me. So if you tell me it's 1200, I'm going to kill you. So it's a 1440p type of website. Yeah. All right. I feel like your font is a bit tiny, but it's okay. The side, you're looking at me, so it's probably this side where you have your illustration. That's fun. It's a good stack. Again, the AI relationships, the tiny icon and the AI words are really Samsung coded and Google Gemini coded. So that is debatable. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but yeah, that's a thing. The background with the waves, real good. I like that a lot. The email input field to me looks tiny, so that's debatable. Could be bigger, but that's maybe because just the way I'm seeing it, it looks tiny. I don't know. The eyebrow is fine. I don't think it's necessary. Yeah. The trusted by is really good. It's interesting that your lines are sliding up from... I can do that. I can do that. That you see what I'm talking about. It's so tiny, no one knows. It's interesting that it's sliding upward, but not downward. When on this side you have upward, downward things. The eyebrow is the section that is above the main title. That's called the eyebrow. So the new raised X amount of money. It's a hint that you have an article or an update or something that is important for the people to know. But it feels long. It's a long eyebrow. I know. Jonathan, hi. Welcome in. How is you? We're doing some review for Denny and it's hidden. The top right section, business, login, talk to our teams, languages, I feel like they have too much space between them. Like the French and English, they are just text, but they are basically enclosed into buttons, and the space that they have in between the two, it is private, sadly, for me. They do have a bit of a less space than between the login and the talk to our teams. I'm pretty good, Jonathan. I'm tired, as always. Today was my Japanese class, which was good. I went to the gym after being sick. I've been sick. I've been on meds 2 days now, pissing me off. Other than that, we're good. um, yeah. So other than that, Denny, your layout is good. Your font relationship is pretty good. I would personally have the main title, the hero header thing, to be thicker because I love them. I love them thicker. But you know, that's personal taste as always, and it works for that brand specifically. It works with the logo, so that I understand that you went with regular-ish kind of thing. Maybe it's semi-bold, medium. No, it's not. Regular. The other thing that I'm seeing is your smaller screenshot that is on top of the dashboard thing. It has the border around it, and I feel like it could benefit from a bit of a background blur glass effect. You know, we talked about that before. Just because the it highlights stuff. Like it highlights the colors right there. That I feel like that could blur just the edge. It's so light, the shadow is not going behind it, so it's highlighted, which is not bad, but it's just a. Hi, I can't read your name. I forgot that in Russian. But how are you? How do you find the stream? I see. That's interesting. That is interesting. That you don't have that in presentations. Maybe it's an export thing. But yeah, other than that specific like layout at the top, that is the spacing, I think you're good. The other one that you said you liked, the center one is okay. I feel like it's a big emphasis on the dashboard. So I don't know if I like that. The second one with the curved line things in the background, that is really cool. But I don't know if it match with the brand itself. It could, but I don't know if it match, because I haven't seen much. And the third one, which is the same thing, but it has like more screenshots, that is more fun. And it has the same like C or E or I don't know what it is, but yeah. Yeah, I do like that concept. I do think that the first one of the second makes no sense. The first one of the second batch that you sent is really much. Oh, this is a dashboard. The first one that you sent is you have the data, and then you have a dashboard to manage things, and then you have AI to help, and then we are trusted with other brands. So I like that. And then the other two, which have the squiggly thing, I don't know how to call that, the E's, the C's, they are fun, but they also are not fun enough. Like it's still straight, still like straight images where current trend. A tad, you know, just a smidge. Just a smidge of turn. But yeah, I would love to be able to share stuff with everyone. I think I've had stuff like this lately. Music is good. That's the fun stuff. How's the website going, Jonathan? Because that's probably what you're doing. Um, is that the one that I have in mind? It's not. Yeah, I mean the I'm saying website, but the thing that you have made for, well, that's weird. Uh, for or with the design system. Yeah, I'm looking at the whole thing. This is still straight, like really straight. Did you see that footer right there? That's a fun footer. I don't know if it's good, but it's a fun footer. You mean that thing? Ugh. Eek. I don't know. I don't mind it. I don't like it either. Like it's good, but if you hear and you didn't read, I don't know what the button is doing. I don't know if it's like sign up. I don't know if it's give me my email. I don't know if it's book a call. I don't know if it's something else. And I don't know. I have no clue. If it had like book a call and the like two of these, so that you have like another one that's slided in with the book a call sliding in as well from the side, that would make more sense to me. But right now, I don't know. Also, it's using a ton of processing power, as I can hear my fan ramping up. That is bad. That is bad, bad. But yeah, the thing that I was looking for that I can't find, obviously, is less straight things. Like this thing. This thing is less straight. You know. Say that again. What do you mean your thought process? As in on Metal or on yours, Denny? Also, Jonathan, just so that you can see stuff. Maybe. This is where we are on my side of coding things. Copy. We now have a cool animation on the hiragana and katakana switch, which is really fun. These are going to take a while to load now, but we now have most of these preloaded as well. God damn! With the thing that Stony was talking about last stream, that effect. So multiple things, which is real good. I like that. And now we have monetization options for later. Pre-planned dictionary packs. So it grows. It grows as well. We have progress on my side as well. And now we have this, but it doesn't count the tabs. I need to fix that. I need to fix that thing. Because right now, it no work. It no work. Also have these. I forgot about these. The thing that I've been trying the most while building the thing is this. that takes a while to load. So yeah. What do you think about the white space above and below my first hero? There seems to be a lot of space at the bottom of my email field. There is a lot of space. That's why I'm saying it could be bigger, Denny. That is the reason, the main reason why I said maybe it could be bigger. Can you load, please? Xcode, that would be appreciated. That thing, that squiggle right there, annoying. I'm loading the thing in the iPhone SE as much as I can to see if it fits, and it fits. So I'm really happy with it. Most of the time, but then you end up with these overlapping thing, and I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. I mean, I can. I think I'm gonna need to have separated sizes per tabs, because the first one is okay, it needs a bit more on the right. The second one is almost okay, it needs a bit more on the right and a bit less on the left. The center one is almost perfect, if it fucking loads. And then this one is the opposite of the other one, so it needs a bit more on the left and a bit less on the right. And the last one is the opposite of the first one, so it needs a bit more on the left and the right is fine. So I need to check that out. I don't think I can do that, but I'm gonna check that link for sure. For sure. I think I've seen that. It is clip path, basically, already. Yeah. Basically what it is this. I have one line, just one line, and another line, which is the background. And they are both on top of each other. They both have the exact same properties. And there is a feature on SwiftUI, which is trim, and trim gives you the ability to define the beginning of a point on a line or vector and the end of a point on a vector. And so what I'm doing is I'm using trim to basically trim from a starting point to an end point on the same line to keep the arc working. And right now, yes, basically trim path. Right now, the math is weird. It's a bit of a, how can I explain that? Like we have the basic math of creating the shape, which is like you have 3 points in the center one is a Bezier curve, and it was at some point a circle, and then we removed that, which is okay. But when you have the tab bar, which is this one, the curved geometry for the selector, the main difference is that it's 48. So that's the blue one. And this is gonna take the value of the tabs. It's right there. It takes the tab width in a way, and it used that to center its start point and end point, and then it removes the caps because the butt cap, which are rounded, don't count in the full line width. So that's a bit of a mess. And also because the tabs themselves are not, I mean, now it's better than before, but like they are not entirely space around. They are mostly in space between plus padding. And if I put them in space around, it just fucks them up because the side butt caps are not taken into consideration either. It's been a while. As I said, it's been 3 weeks, and I've been trying to get that working. And this is the best version that I have so far. So yeah, and a lot of things are manually defined. One of the things that happened with that preview at some point, it rendered like this. It rendered the side buttons on the side. It rendered an Apple Watch with a home button. I don't know how they managed to do that, but yeah, that happened. It broke the entire Xcode thing. So I had to revert to like the iPhone 15 Pro Max, and then when I went back to the Touch ID phone, it is still the same. So I had to take a screenshot for that. But yeah. The one that I did and shared before, which is this, it's the same thing. It's the same concept. It's just like the trim. You can see the trim a bit better right there, right here. But it's the same ID. So I'm using the exact same point concept. And the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm getting ideas on how to fix path. But it's complicated because the thing that I talked about last week, which is this, this being, you can't really see that, this being that, which is the split of a simple line when you have like 5 tabs, 2 tabs, all that, whatever. That works only when you have a straight line. When you have a curve, you don't have 25% or 20%. Yeah, you don't have like 20, 20, 20, 20. You have 20%, but the length in total is not 20%. Yes. I need to subtract that to go back to the center of the item that is selected. I also need to subtract the butt caps, round caps that are taking twice the size of the line. Though, because the trim is a fraction from 0 to 1, and the butt cap, rounded cap, is roughly a solid number. There is some math that needs to happen to define the proportion of that rounded cap based on the length, the total length of the line. It's been a while. I don't like it. I don't like it. I mean, I do like it, but yeah. I still wish I could do this, though. I still want to achieve, design-wise, something similar to this at some point. I mean, technically it's this, but yeah. I'm gonna check that out. Like, I like that. I like that a lot. But yeah. Right now, I can't do that. I don't... Sorry, let me rephrase that. I don't know how to do inner glows like I have done here with the inner shadows, because inner shadow doesn't seem to be a thing on iOS either, and I can't figure it out. It pissed me off. But yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. That I think you need to include the motherfucking objects and the motherfucking API. That, yeah, that's what you need to do. I think that's what Cursor is telling you to do. It does, yeah, it does broke. Mine broke multiple times today as well, with generating code, and then in the middle of generating code, breaking the snippet, and then continuing to generate code in the answering messages, and then answering the explanation at the end inside of a block quote like that, which is really weird. I don't know. I don't know. Oh. When you do the whole Shift Command 5, take a screenshot, and you get to select the area with the mouse. So it's Shift Command 4, not Shift Command 5, if you want the area. So Shift Command 4 is going to give you that to just select a zone. If you press space, you can move it out. Like space is gonna move it around. And if you want to keep one side, like you can shift up. It's gonna keep one, like the width, and shift left or right when you move, gonna keep the height. That's an option. Escape is gonna remove that. That's Command Shift 4. Command Shift 3 does the entire screen. Command Shift 4 is a section of the screen. Command Shift 5 is recording a video, and from recording a video you have the options here, where you can capture the whole screen, one specific window, or a specific portion. These are pictures, and then these two are recording the whole screen or recording a portion, and that's the portion. Then you have your options to have your mic potentially, and then you can record the stuff. Dying. I am dying. So that's the whole thing. And as always, Screen Studio is basically reusing the native recording and adding the zooms in and out. I know. The 6400 Sony A6400 is the camera I'm using. I think if you type kit, yes, you get roughly. It's not true because I haven't updated it in a while, but that is the camera that I have. I'm not on this lens. I'm on this one. But yeah, I should update it. I should update it. But most of the things are up to date. The Mac is the right one, the mouse is the right one, it's just the black one. The keyboard is the same one. The arms are the same. I have the prompter now, so I need to add that. And yeah, it's pretty good. A film camera? That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I tried to make a word with the thing that we have at the bottom and I couldn't. AppDS. PDS. PD. That's very French. PD in French is really bad. Don't do that. Don't use it. That is not a word to say in French. APD is even worse. A PDA, yeah. AAP. PD or PD in French is the slur term that we use to refer to gays men. You have the F word, the FAG word in English, and PD is the French one, which is weird because it comes from a very different word and most people don't know. Which is yeah. You don't really have the explanation in there. But yeah, it comes from this big ass word. That's the full word. No one knows about it. No French that uses the abbreviation, which is just this, which is then abbreviated without the A. You just have the P and the D, which is really good for my dyslexia because I can't see things. But that whole thing is the full word, which basically just means homo. But yeah, it just, people don't know. It's weird. Maybe. It's similar in Italian, but yeah. Anyways, I don't know what I was doing. You gonna kill me with the pull-up. Oopsie, that's I'm dying. Oh, I just made a mistake as well on the app. Not that it matters, but it kind of does. If I'm on this, which is the hiragana thing, and I load a page, it's good. We have the right stroke order, the right things. But because they use the same names, on the katakana ones I have, I need to figure it out. Have a good rest of your day, Lenny. Yeah, it's not that easy. I mean, it is that easy, but it's not that easy. having images on iOS, as I said last week, is this. So all of my hiragana are here, and yeah, these are the images themselves. The folder don't count. So I would need to rename all of these things with hiragana A, katakana A, to have all of them. But yeah, I can't. Or maybe I can and I don't know how. Let me say that. Let me say that. I know I can have like a data set, but I don't know what that is. There are symbol images. But yeah. What do you mean by nesting then? As in making a folder from this? I can do that, yeah. But the folder don't change anything. Like the folder structure doesn't count. It's just for organization purposes. Basically, from what I understood of iOS so far, and Swift mostly, if... Game Nice, hi, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? If a file is available somewhere in the project, you're good. Like there is no need to egg on it. Some pepperoni slice and mozzarella. Good. Well, happy eating. I did something mozzarella based as well today. It was good. So all of these things, the images and the structure of the images, that is not something that Cursor can access, which is sad. Like I can do that, for example, I could do a new folder. God damn it, I should have done a new folder from selection and call that radical positioning, because that's the name. With that made, that's it. I mean, I'm good with that. I don't need more than this. It's okay. It's done. And even if I nested or created a new folder right now, the radical positioning section, which is this one, is gonna work. Just because it's how iOS does the thing. It's just like indexing all files and building the project. And if there is something with the name that I'm needing, we're good. So the way that I would have, or the way that I have, or the option that I have, I don't know what I'm saying right now, is to basically add not an indexing, but as you said, an ID in front, like an H point or H dash for hiragana and K dash. See, still there. That transition on close is good, but on open isn't. I need to figure that out. Anyways, it's basically here. So the image is coming from here. Like the text image for the stroke order, I think, is basically this. So yeah. Yeah, you don't need to map shit, which is good. I appreciate that so much. No, you don't need to think, which is also one of the reasons why we had the big discussion last week with Tony, because I do not need to keep track of where things are and what I'm importing or exporting, because everything is imported and exported. For example, if I wanted to have that struct for the preview to not be here and be in another file, I could. Like, I can just get it out, put it somewhere else, have the same content loaded, and it can be a new file, it can be a thing that has no name. It could work. So that's the reason why it's better for me, so that I don't need to keep track of where I put things. But yeah, for now, I want to figure that out. But the image is gonna need to be basically rename H dash and the current name. So what I can do, which is fine, is going to be, I think, through the current folder, like the regular folder things, you have access to the asset x access things, which in them I have the kana things, and in my hiragana ones I have my image set, and that image set is what I kind of need, and that content.json for each image is also what I kind of need. So needing all of that, or having all of that, is an option for me. I can just do that, and for example, I could duplicate this folder and have that named kana or katakana instead of hiragana, and then just dump everything from Figma to this. Once that you have the JSON specified, you're good. But before that, you're not. So yeah, it's a bit complicated. The entire thing, the entire routing is done with or by Xcode, which is really appreciated. I don't need to think about anything. I just need to know that, for example, if I have that, this is just a struct, it's gonna tell me that this is supposed to have something else. That's the first thing, but the kanji view already exists somewhere, so I can't really have that here. So I can have like, it will give me some fixes pretty quickly, which is really good for my ass. Make things faster. But going back to the question of Stony earlier, I think Apple is going to obviously review the code and the app entirely when I try to get it approved, maybe one day. And because of how I have had to rewrite things, I basically had to create JSON models that just makes no sense. As in the entry from my source being like, entry was something that already existed, like a structure for entry already existed, therefore it couldn't be duplicated, so I had to name this one JSON entry, and it's the exact same thing as the other one, and same thing for the other options like the JSON examples and all of that. That is a bit of a mess, and it's really bad. Jonathan, I agree and disagree at the same time, and I'm so sad about it. Claude is great. Claude has been helping most of the time. For the past week, it has been shit on top of shit on top of no context, and it just pissed me off. Right now, the best option is ChatGPT 1 preview, like O1 preview, this one has been great. It is limited, but still. It is much better because it can go over things and thinking, and you end up with a better reasoning overall. I don't know if this one is. This one that I did for the Python scripts, it had some of the elements. It had like thinking for a longer amount of time, and it has the entire thinking process and how it's re-evaluating what it's doing. That's pretty good. But same thing, like it has the script that I have. I need to go through that again because I made a mistake. Yeah. Claude overall is really good. The initial app for the Can app is from here. So when I started to do the thing, I used the Claude projects, which are pretty good, and it was enough to get the entire thing running. So I'm happy with that. But now it makes more errors and makes more mistakes than things. So yeah. I'm not doing any backend because I don't need to. I don't think I do. Maybe I do. I don't think I do. Because there is nothing to be managed for sure. Like everything that is in the app itself is supposed to be self-hosted. Self-hosted. Offline. Everything that is in here is offline data. So these kind of characters are from just a list of characters because there is like 36 for each. So it's like nothing to take into consideration. Here, it's the same thing. There's like 220 radicals. These are hard-coded in the code. That makes no sense. And then the kanjis are JSON files for each GLPT levels. So N5, N4, N3. That makes sense. And same thing for the dictionaries. You have for the first 1,000 characters right there. That's one JSON file, 2,000, one JSON file. It's always the same amount of elements. It's pretty easy to manage. So yeah. Oh, that's fun. That's a fun banner. But yeah, there is no real backend as far as I know. Should it have backends? I don't know. Maybe it needs to. Maybe I need to put that somewhere, somehow. Though I don't know. Right now what I'm trying to do is get the relationship in between the elements to work. Because we do have the characters themselves, and underneath you have the readings that are coming from the dictionaries. So that's one of the things that I have, and I think is pretty good. Everything is gonna be available all the times, even if you don't pay. So if you just have if you just have the basic packs of words, you still get access to the words that are related to like other design work or other levels of proficiency in Japanese, but they are in each kanjis. And if you want to practice the words themselves, you would need to buy the packs, like the 3,000 packs, or else. Right now they are locked. But that's the idea. You still have access to everything. I don't want to not give you anything. Therefore, just for practice purposes, it would be under a paywall, behind a paywall, not under. So that's the plan. But yeah. Yes. Yeah, no, I know. I know, I know, I know. I know it's blue. It's blue and blue. It's also like this page has been made this morning. I did the structure this morning. I did the logic this afternoon after my Japanese class. And then the design is not good at all. I agree. I agree. I don't even know if I can change that. I'm thinking about it right now. I don't know. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. It's not that complicated, to be honest. You should have the back button, but the back button is going to be... That's going to come to the previous view, which is not good. I don't think I can. I don't think I can. I think it's in accent color, which is primary color, or primary accent color. But I don't think I can change that specific value. From here. Yeah, I don't think I can. That's kind of sad, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna need to do... I can override it, but then I lose the transition. That is really cool. It's coming from here, that's the thing. I have my title that is there, which is not supposed to happen. I mean, it is supposed to happen, but it's not supposed to happen. And the button to go back is not... It's here, but it doesn't have any color defined. So... Navigation title is not there. Yeah. It's coming from the navigation view. Like, it's... The navigation view is a native element, and that navigation view is defining the style. Because it's a default element, so I need to create something different, maybe? Or I need a header, which is the case. Like, it is blue on blue to an extent. As in, if I'm here, it's blue on blue core, but then if I'm doing this, you have that, which is fine. Ish. Also, that breaks from time to time. There is a search bar, but it just doesn't want to stay there, and I don't understand why. I did nothing. I did nothing. That's the thing. I don't think they... is modifiable. I may be able to add an accessibility identifier to then change the color on that thing. Maybe. Maybe. If I do that, I'm gonna do that on the whole app which means that on the sections that I kind of like, it's gonna be reversed. As in, on my profile, for example, if I go in settings, if it loads settings, I have profile here, but it's just a black background. So I have a feeling that this is also gonna be, could also be the same behavior for the dictionaries themselves. But I do like to keep the background, so we'll see. Just for the settings, like it makes sense to keep it in blue, as this is going to be the main action to go back. But for the other views, that's not going to be a thing. Again, I do feel like going in settings, remove the tabs, that's for sure. Going in the dictionaries, remove the tabs as well. Marmalade, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I can't. Sorry, again, I'm gonna repeat myself. I don't know how. So I can probably do that. I can probably just define a property, but the fact that it's not really visible here, like it's not a default thing. The navigation is on the on tap, which is there. Like for each, you have the tab things. It's the button, and the button goes on the other side. But yeah. I mean, that's sad. So you went to sleep 3 hours ago and you just re-woke up? I appreciate you coming here. It's supposed to be there. I mean, for you, yeah. Like the whole behavior, that's the thing that I don't understand entirely just yet. It's the whole navigation view, this thing, has a behavior that is defined, and I can't define it. I don't know. Like I can't change stuff. So yeah. I see. Well, sometimes sleep is good, sometimes sleep is not good. But I understand. Shit. I want to find the card. The card itself is the card view. It has the title. Its title is this. And my title is going to be here. Yes. That needs a 1-line max, so that these are going to be hyphened. It's going to look like 30. Yeah, 30, 40, 50, 60. Oh, I'm good with that. Yeah, 6 hours is not enough, but yes. I blame you for my... Yeah, no, I can't do that. It's gonna be fine. Like this whole thing, I wish I had an inspector like I have in Figma when I select something. Like I wish I could just easily, quickly see that, see the padding, see the spacing, see where things are placed, and just go from there, from here. But nah. The only thing that I know I can do is use the clickable thing. I don't know exactly how it's called, which is good. So that I can just get in and find something, and it will highlight the right property or something. But I can't deep dive in. Like this is a struct for the cards, but the cards are here, and if I'm selecting that, it's only takes the parents. So yeah, pisses me off. I need an inspector. I wish I could get 12 hours though, to be honest. 12 hours would sound pretty good. I will need to do a shorter stream than usual, implying that in like an hour, 30 minutes to an hour, I would be out of here. Because I have a job interview in the morning. I don't know why they put it at 8:30, but they put it at 8:30. So I'm gonna attempt to wake up early. I yeah. I mean, we have the same kind of in English and in French. See, that is one of the things that is weird for the design related stuff. The H stack that I have is that specific element, which has the rounded rectangle with the corner radius of 16 and all of that. But I have my frame width and height, which is this image right here. I do not have padding or margin around it. That implies that my margin is coming from the Z stack. But when I'm looking at the Z stack doesn't have any padding to push content inside, except the padding that is here, which is on the H stack right there, which makes no sense. It makes no sense. And when I'm getting out or getting rid of it, it changes the thing, but not how I want it to change. So, yeah. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Am I good now? I'm good now. To be honest, and I agree with what Stoney has said in the past, the more I'm looking at Swift code, the more I understand it. The more I understand it, the easier it becomes. So that goes back to the more practice I have in code, the easier it becomes. But Swift is structurally similar to JavaScript to an extent, and it's declarative. I think that's how it's called. So like if I want the thing to be a specific color, I say dot fill, and then I define the color itself. And if I want the frame to be a specific size, I do dot frame and then the size of the frame. And if I want the thing to be in an overlay, I do dot overlay, and then I define what is in the overlay. It is making a lot of sense when you just look at it and read the thing as English. It's pretty simple. So same thing here. If I have my text, it's a title. It takes the title. Title is coming from something else. Then I have my font. Font is set to title 2. Font weight is bold. Foreground color is specific. If it's locked, it's in primary. And if it's not locked, it's in accent color. That makes sense. But also, all of that, I can just click on my text and I have all of the information right there, and I can say, well, it needs to be in title and not in title 2. That will change that here and then change the code right there. And yeah, it is. We also have classes. So yeah, title 2. We do have class. I think struct is more like you know what, you might be right. Like, I think struct is basically variable or function. Not really. No, I lied. I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say. All I know is it works and I can do stuff. And I'm okay with the outputs. So that is fine by me. That is fine by me. One of the things I don't like though about editing in Xcode is what Stony taught me in one of the first stream code related streams, which is the command D, to be here and say, I don't know, we are on the kind of JSON view, I think. Let's say we have the cards of dictionaries, and I wanted to change the 60 to not be 60. Right there. If I do command D on here, it will select the second one, which makes sense. And I can change that and just say that this is supposed to be like 56. I don't know. That's better, right? Whatever. If I do command D here, it duplicated. That's not what we want. So there is plenty of times when I'm navigating from VS Code cursor to Xcode, and I just command D things. It just breaks. Basically, what happened right now is that I'm doing the design related stuff in Xcode because it's easier for me to just come here, change the sizes from elements that are here, or change the fonts directly from this thing and be done with it. But yeah, that makes sense. Also, I just made a mistake. So yeah, it's easier-ish. But to go back to the thing that we were supposed to do, which is this, supposed to do, I don't know where it's coming from. That's the thing. I mean, I know where it's coming from. It's coming from here. It doesn't have a specific style applied to it. It comes from the native iOS functions, and therefore everything is the same. I think if I go into my can project, or maybe the initial thing, I may be able to change some stuff like the accent colors, the initial accent color, which currently is blue, but could change that to red potentially. Knowing that, by the way, because I've seen that. iOS already has like a set of predefined accent colors. So for me to be able to give the user the customization they wanted in one click, that could be an option. So I might do that. I might do that at some point. I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out. Just that dictionary at the top, I can't. It doesn't have a color. It doesn't have a color. Dang. Genie, hi, welcome on in. That is darker than the early bird gets the worm. But it makes sense, yes. That it is true now that I'm thinking about it. This is dark. That's dark. What is the dog saying? God damn. Flora, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Damn. Is not where it needs to be. God damn, where the fuck is that thing? It's basically taking either accent colors or taking blue. And I can't figure it out. Yes, this is Xcode. This is Xcode. I don't think that's it. It's not. Where's the color though? Background color orange, yes, but that background color doesn't go through because we have the forced background color clear. So that doesn't work. It's not the best. It's better to have it on your phone or on the goddamn words simulator. The simulator is better because it's bigger, but yeah, the sometimes the render that I have here in the preview is not working the same way that it works on my phone. So effects, for example, can be rendered differently, or spaces as well, because this is maybe an iPhone 15 Pro and I have a Pro Max, so it's different. The thing that I like about that is I can just do that and load a different iPhone and see how it works, if it works, if I'm good with it. And the bending thing is okay. I half figure it out. I think I should just load this one, to be honest. I mean, this one is not the interactive one, but at least we have 3 previews. It's still broken here, like that. That's still broken here, but it's better than last week. It's better than Monday. It's better than yesterday. They overlap less, so that's good. It's still bad placement, but they do overlap less, so I'm fine with that. And the other bendy tabs, these are the same thing. I kind of made it in a way that I have the balls on both sides. I can see where things are and how they match with the render at the end. But yeah, it's really close. It is really close. Like it's pretty close. The first one is good. The last one is good. Like these two are perfectly aligned. The middle one is wider, but it's fine. And the N4 and the N2 are just bad. I have. I have. The thing is, if I check the length, which is not there, it's there. Like the definition of the length itself is just, I can't make it work. It's the segment selector start and the segment selector end. If the, like it's this. If the pill is shorter, my starting point for the first is not where it's supposed to be. Right now it's perfectly aligned. And if the end trim is shorter, my last one is not aligned with the elements. So I basically need to do a switch case again to ensure that the 3 or 2, 3, 4 have specific width and 1 and 2 are calculated, which at this point I should just have calculated or defined values for the 5 options, which is bad because it doesn't work with resizing screens. So yeah, I should just do that. Should just use this one. I kept this one because it's good. But yeah, that's the it has been complicated though. I think if I had no round cap, I think the selectors would be pretty good. As in they are on point 90% of the time. Like we are almost aligned. And so I can see how it's offsetted. But because we have the round caps to get the beans, it fucks things up. Because it's too big. I have never seen any apps do that, no. No. Not bended. It's not that complicated. It's just the math is not mathing in my head entirely. There's plenty of options, like, that's the wrong button. If I get this, let's get the center one. It's gonna be easier. Right now, the length of this is 282. 282. So that's that's basically the frame that I have for the background elements. And this is just okay. In the positioning for each of the elements that we have that are placed on the selector, the first one is basically centered to the farthest left edge, and the other one is the same thing. So in order for me to get circles, the first one is going to be a circle of 0.01 in width to get just the icon. But now that I have them in beans, they are a bit further in. And I did that because the visual distance between that icon and that icon was way too big compared to that icon in the border. But from here, one of the things that I know is that I have basically this that is my visual weight or visual box for this thing, and that thing can easily be divided by 5 and then just split it. So with that in mind, right, I know right here that if I had that exact thing, that exact placement for each of the segments, we should be good. So I can trim my background based on these boxes to know exactly where the points are supposed to go, and that is an option. But these if I want them to be the selector and align with everything, they basically needs to be here, which is okay. But then I need to put that one there, like align with these, basically centered, and that one here, align with this one, and then a tad up to be aligned with the thing. Once I have that done, I can then distribute these in a way that makes sense. And that is roughly what I currently have. But if I get you that without the selector, it looks too much in the center. Like they look crammed up, even though there is visually enough or the same amount of space on both sides. It's too much in the center. So in order to have that space around instead of space between, these needs to be like half, like the edge of the tab needs to be at the edge of the end of the selector, and that is basically what breaks the entire thing, because it doesn't math in the spacing of the tabs, which is so sad. Because that looks better, but I can't figure that out. And yeah, that's about it. But that function of potentially getting my icons in Zerum, hi, welcome in. Potentially having my icon tab selector in a box that is much bigger and the icon is centered and rotated, but the box is fixed height, that might help us to define how to get that to work. It's muscle time! But yeah. Thank you. I look fat. I don't. That's killing me. How have you been, Jerome? How's your day so far? So yeah, it's alright. That's the current stage of where I am in my thinking. These beans are okay. Specifically the first and last. These beans are really good. But the others not that great. And I'm sad about that. Yeah. So I need to figure out that math thingy to ensure that it kind of works. Oh, that's sad. I mean, that's... Sorry, I didn't read the entire thing. That's sad and good at the same time. Which is good, then. It's never fun to do. But I get it. I get it. Ah. I see. They tried. I guess. I see. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bad move on their end, for sure. For sure. I... God. I'm working on the iOS app, and specifically I've been working on that tab bar situation for the past 3 weeks. And it doesn't work. As you can see, there doesn't work, and there doesn't work. Ah. Like the length factor is supposed to work. It's supposed to be, it's already something. Like if I put the length factor at 1, it's gonna make my tabs selector wider, which I think is gonna be good for the first one, but bad for the other ones. But still, the first one is still not placed properly, and the others are just too big. So if I do like a 0.5, which is the other option, the first one is really bad, the others are okay, the central one is fine. The central one is almost perfect. It's just the placement. I can't figure that out. And I kind of can't allow the first and the last one to be insetted and take less space than the other tabs. And I can't move the icons either. So yeah, that has been annoying. to say the least. Like that top padding thing is good, but I feel like I should also have like a specific padding for each. Specific placement for each. So yeah, I don't like it. That's what we're working on, or at least that's what I was working on. As I was saying, these are here right now. That's their selection, and it just doesn't match. I think there is something about the rotation as well that kind of makes it bad. I have never thought about that now that I'm looking at it. Are these two, or technically these three, different squares in height? You have knowledge on Swift, Jerome? I don't think so. I mean, I'm saying I don't think so. I don't know. Yeah. So because of the rotation, each of these yeah, I'm not a Swiftie either, but a Swift UI. I think my ID here is gonna fix the thing. Maybe. Probably gonna try that out tomorrow. If I can figure it out. So I'm gonna need to have each of the tabs to be the exact length of the selector, and I will need the first one and the last one to be bigger? No, can't be. Like if I have a point right there, right here, and I get rid of that one, that's the width. And then from there, yeah, I think that's the thing. The peel center is not exactly in the center axis of that. That's my main issue, I think. I mean, Objective-C was interesting. They broke my dev when they released Swift. Like the dev that I had. Kind of, yeah, broke. But yeah. The thing, Stony, with half its width is not gonna work. Because it's half its width. No. Unless if we do half its width right there, and I'm just cutting it like around roughly here. Right, let's say that this is half. This can only work if my tab icon is set here, which means that my kind of only option gonna be a minus 10 or something, is gonna be to do that with an offset for the first and last, But first and last, I'm gonna need to have that bean to be offsetted, last being far right, as in the offset is only set to the start trim. This is the start trim right here, and the end trim doesn't change. And for the start one, the end trim is the only one that will change, but the start trim will not. So if I'm doing the same thing here, I'm giving you like half a bean. Like it works. But that like that's the only option that I have. I have a question about that song because I hate it, and it always comes on. I want to not listen to the same 5 songs. Well, obviously the center one doesn't work, but yes. It could work. Maybe. The thing is going to be the placement. So I'm currently having offset and rotation based on the tab index. So that's good. And then yeah, they will all have different values. That's the thing. No, the center value, the center button is not the. I mean, yes, you can see that as it is the center. Yes, 0 degrees, and then -2, +2, -4, +4. Welcome back. Yeah. I guess what would be the best would be to have the exact values for these beans. If that's my center and that's my size, it's supposed to be 28.5. That makes no sense. Which is supposed to be like right there. And then that is supposed to have a rotation to match this one. That kind of works, but the thing that I don't like is the offset per. Like the first one is going to be full left. The second one is going to have a bit of an offset. Yeah. Right now, it's just thinking. I mean, the only beneficial way you can help. Okay, oh, hi, welcome in. Is if you have a method or thing and you think it could work. And this is 29.23. And this one is 28.5. And this one is 27.5. So I made mistakes everywhere. Anyways. Yes. But white finger guessing is good. Specifically, basically, the thinking, the time at which I figured out how things should work, I went through that, and I think, let me see if I can find it. It's probably this one, or it might be this one. But basically, yeah, I also have like this thing coming up. 1 in the morning or something, not 1, maybe midnight, knowing me. But there was like, I basically send it like a fat ass block of text of everything that went. As in, I just had an ID. The segment split needs to move around to define the selected tab. So gotta have an equation that removed the round cap with the thinking parts on both sides in order to be centered. And so sometimes it's the first trim that is removed, sometimes it's the end trims. I basically had that midnight-ish, and then closed out the thing and did this one. This one works to an extent, but this one is harder to position for some reason. The tabs themselves is hard to define where they are. So, yeah. Also, sad thing, because obviously we couldn't have everything. This is the 342, so that's the iPhone 15, like regular models. The SE is smaller, and the Pro Max are wider. So the calc should work because it's not that much different, but it's still a tad different. Right now, what I'm thinking about is what is the distance in between these two things? Because it seems as if we had 28.5 here, and so that might mean that instead of splitting the curve into 5, we can split it into 10 and just go from 0 to 4, 6, 8 in terms of index. I just thought about that. That seems pretty potential. Now that I'm thinking about that, I'll show you in a second, girl. Shit, it's not what I needed to do. Yeah, it's not even splitting it in 10, but if I feel like if we split it in 10, it would work better. That's interesting. Um, I'm gonna watch that. Kevin is great. I'm saying that every time, but Kevin is great. Yes. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. The current state, girl, is this. This is the only one that is interactive, so I can click on things. So you can see how that works. We have two. It's split in two. This one was okay. It wasn't easy, but it was okay. The one that we are trying to have is this one, and right now it doesn't work. Like it just doesn't work. And it pisses me off because it should just work. But yeah, that's that Jerome, that sounds like stony things. I think the I think the reason why you wanna redo everything is because it makes sense. It helps you. Like this app, you don't see it, but this app has 1, 2, 3, 4, basically 5 version where I started from scratch. So I get it. I get it. I was in italic. Kinda. Not really. Slash position. And yes, I can appreciate that. I do think. I think it looks good. Italic is pretty neat when you do pull-ups with a band. You engage more of your abs and traps, like side traps. Whereas if I do the regular one, it's mostly like the it's basically the arms, not really the back. That's kind of sad. Yeah, I feel like this is okay. Can is my Japanese language learning app that I'm building to help me learn Japanese. So it's mostly an add-on for me to get better and have content that I'm interested in. And since I built the most interesting thing for myself as a side project, I'm thinking about making it available for anyone else. It's not an app to help me learn to build an apps. No, because I'm not learning shit. I'm asking Cursor to do things for me, which works. But yeah. As in here, I need to figure out the trim amount. I'm looking if we have like a 5 number somewhere, because it's 5 entries for the amount of tabs, but it doesn't seem to have 5 entries. We have the curve tab here, and I don't see the selector. That's why I'm kind of not liking it. But yeah, that's Can. So far, it has most of the thing that I need, which is to make it public, which is hiragana and katakana, because you need that to learn and read most of the characters. The, to me, most important things, which are the radicals, the building blocks of kanjis, and kanjis, based on the GLPT gradings. And when you tap on one kanji, you have its relationship with the radicals that you've seen earlier, and some examples so that you can see, oh, that word here is called sen or chi, and chi, chi denai, sa, no, chi. I was right. Um, and then you have this sen, which is just 1,000, and now we have like a bit of an explanation or an example with technically 2 examples, and you can read that, or you should be able to read that most of the time. So that's the main concept, and now I'm implementing dictionaries with the most common 1,000 words. For technically the most common 6,000 words, but my slices of 1,000. And once you know the first 2,000, you know most of the Japanese sentences. So these 2 are going to be free, and then the rest for the packs are going to be paid, and I don't know how much yet. But I'm also planning on adding dictionaries that make sense to me, as in design-related dictionaries, dev-related dictionaries, things that are in context and that have been remapped to design and dev discussions. That's what I'm doing. And I'm trying to make it like a bit more fun than just, you have words. So you have a bit of a progress tracking thing, the fun with the app design, which obviously makes sense to me. That's the current thing. It has games and practice view. So if I make a mistake, it tells me, oh, that's a mistake, it should be this. So I'm gonna implement this quiz view in the dictionaries as well, so that you can have space repetition. So yeah, that's the thing. And other than the brain power that it takes me to think about what I need to do, the brain power is basically like Claude and ChatGPT, which is good. I think it's the same thing than any language learning, Carl. Um, Duolingo doesn't really work for me. I just like to do it most days, and I like the UI. Um, but the most important thing is input volume. That's what we call input volume for any languages. So basically, what it means is you need to have input in your brain of the language that you are trying to get, so or to learn. So if you want to learn French, you just listen to French stuff all day. For example, for me, I have the Japanese news, live news on YouTube that turns basically all day long. I have a podcast about design all day long. I have podcast about gamings in Japanese all day long. Every time I'm out, I'm not listening to music anymore. I'm listening to Japanese podcast. I don't understand shit, but with the addition of a book or an interest or something, you then pick up words. As in, I'm sure that if you've watched anime and you like it, you have heard Ohayo gozaimasu. You have heard itadakimasu. You have heard sensei. You have heard all of these things that are words that you might not really understand how they are written, how they are pronounced, but you know them. Like you well, I will read that in a second. So that's you know that because you have watched the anime and all the things, and that's about it. That's the easiest way to start. You just start by input. So if you like anime and you like TV shows and things, watch that. Spend time watching it. The Japanese like TV shows is kind of complicated for me. It's hard to get it, but anime is better, but it's also the same thing. When you watch an episode of something, anime, TV show, whatever, 60% of it is silence. Like it's music or action or emotion, but it's not like discussion. So you are wasting time. When you have a podcast, 20% of it is silence of music transitions and or ums in between the words. If you watch TV, it's about the same. It's 20% that is kind of cut out of silence, but it's silences that you need to learn to sound natural. But yeah, that's the idea. Have a mobile tab bar at the bottom of my page with 5 evenly spaced buttons. The bar is bent in the shape of a rainbow. That's interesting. I call that an arc, but an arch. But yeah, I want to have a pill shape that follow the curve and rotate based on the current active page. Why? 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 Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Jaren Van Wysen cheered Dex 200.
I don't keep. God damn it. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the bits. The rainbow shape is not very steep. The rotation of the pill indicating the current page relative to the device width. This is basically what I got asked many times. So I can try it out. I can try this one out for sure. But yeah, it is similar. Um, no dents, no grass and hi, welcome in. So yeah, input is the most important thing for language learning. And if you have the understanding of the the basics, it's gonna be easier. As in, um, Korean. Korean is apparently one of the easiest language to learn because to read. It's complicated for me because dyslexia and the symbols are all the same, but there are rules, and there was a video that I saw on TikTok of a guy's 3 minutes or 7 minutes video, I think. And basically, with that video, I could, if I practiced, I could read Korean with no issue. I wouldn't understand, but that's the things. King Loman, hi, welcome in. Whichever, I don't mind. I can move. It's not an issue. But hi, how are you? Who are you? How did you find stream? Welcome in. So that is is a thing. Japanese on its own um, is not complicated at all. I think I need to show you that page because that page is great. I don't remember if I still have it in downloaded form, but I might. Again, you want to say the same thing? I mean, you can say it in English because if you say in Spanish, only 5 people are going to be able to read it. I don't see that fucking file. Not that. Nihonshoku. I don't love men, but I don't mind it. Let me read that message earlier. He said so motivating to hear you talk about Japanese. I still really suck at everything and can't even read. I've been trying for a few days. A few days is fine. Anki is fine. You need to find the right decks. That's the most important thing. If you don't have the right deck, it's gonna be complicated. It's gonna be complicated. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And then guy said, Korean series and movies, Japanese appeal more to me because of so many reasons, more than just languages. All the new culture, story, philosophy. That's yeah, I do get that. And
King
he's gay.
Loman is now following.
Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate that. We don't have a baguette sound because there is no funny baguette sound that I found. The croissant is good. Let me show you these. I know that these are bad transitions, but this one specifically, right there. Have a good rest of your day. And Brian, hi, welcome on in. How have you been? And Womp is dead. Sorry about that. This is the conjugation of verbs. When you read that, you basically have the understanding that you have present and past. That's it. That's all it is. The sheet cheat, yes. It's just not entirely right. I did download it many times, but I'm gonna download it again. The sheet cheat. These. I can't say skibidi. I'm not that young. It's not the thing that I know. Nonetheless, that here, right? Present and future are the same thing. Past, progressive tense is basically present. Negative present is mas, and instead of saying mas, you say mas sen. So sen is negative, and then past is ta. So mashita. So if you have present, which is the mas form, and things in the present didn't or will not happen, it's going to be masen. If it did happen, it's mashita. If it didn't happen, it's masen deshita. And that's basically all you need to learn in the beginning. So that, yeah, that's the thing. It is really simple to learn. And if you don't want to learn Japanese, don't learn Japanese. Though we learn Japanese around here, so that's that. I mean, we do design in Japanese lately. So once you understand that the present and future are the exact same thing, and the past is shita. That's it. Japanese is really simple, as I just said. Like potential form, mass form, want to, tai. So everything that is tai is the wanting form. If you want to do something, you're gonna say something tai. So taberu is eating, tabetai is wanting to eat. If you wanted to eat, it's gonna be tabetaitara, I think. I'm unsure. But yeah, that's it. That's a thing. So these conjugation are going to be very useful, but if you want to start kind of going back to the Japanese thing, start with this. This is going to take you a week, 2 weeks to get the gist of it, how it works. Really simple. A-I-U-E-O, and then it's just a, ka, a, ga, sa, ta. So A-I-U-E-O, ka, kiku, ke, ko. King Loman, you're gonna get out of here really quick because that pissed me off. Bye. Just, you don't stay there. Anyways, that is you don't be a useless watcher. That makes no sense. So that, right? A-I-U-E-O, ka-ki-ku-ke-ko, ka-ki-ku-ke-ko, sashi-shu-se-so is going to be really easy to get. And the only thing that you need to kind of master is how the shapes are. And if you have the understanding of the hiragana, then that is going to be the same sounds in katakana, and it's just different types of characters, but it's the exact same sounds. And the thing that you need to learn is, how can I say that? Basically, the Japanese is it's not a syllabic word, but yes, I did watch Shogun without subtitles because I was in Japan and there was no subtitle in Japan. When it aired. I'm not advanced. I didn't understand most of the things, but yeah, the thing that I was saying is Japanese is a syllabic kind of sound. So any sound has a specific amount of time. When you think about the English language, it's mostly you have pitch accent and you have compression of letters, you have extension, contraction. Some letters can be higher pitched or lower pitched to get the music of the sounds or the music of the words to go through. In Japanese, most of the time in the beginning, you can just read things in a way that is easier. Let me see if I can have like a very simple phrase here. 車は私が運転しました。So, 車, it's not 車, it's 車. So, 車 is the exact same amount of time per reading per character. So, 車は私が運転しました. Which means, as for the car, which is, when it concerned the car, 私, which is me, I, was the one who drove it, which means basically I was the one driving the car. So that's really simple to it's really simple to have. When you read the characters in hiragana and katakana, that is basically how you do it. So you just have Tanaka-san wa okane o motte imasu. This small tsu is the only thing that has a bit of a contraction, but yeah, that's it's still the motte, the tiny pose is the same amount of space in the sentence, or should be the same amount of space. So once you learn that, it's never pronounced. It is the duplication of the previous letter. So you can think of it as if we were to say motete imasu. It's not true. But in your head, if that helps to say, oh, that's a duplication of the next letter. So motete imasu. Motete imasu, it's complicated to pronounce, so it's motte imasu. Easier to go through that. And then for the other ones, I hope we have another option here. With a small, yes, right there. This, kano, this is shi, and it has the dakuten. Dakuten, so it's the two dots. That is ji. And then because we have a small yo, it's basically the way for them to do jo. So, ji yo, jo. So, kanojo. So it again, going back to where I was earlier, this 100% the most important thing. You need to master that, and once you can read that, you're good. The backtracking on what I said, the most important thing is input. So if you want to speak and communicate with other people, other Japanese people, input is the most important thing. If you want to live there, input is the most important thing, but it's closely followed by reading. And when I'm saying reading, I'm not saying reading these, I'm saying reading these. And that's harder. Because right here you have the readings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? All that. But then person or child or man, they don't give you the readings. So person is hito, and then this is ko or kodomo, otoko, onna, hi, getsu, kai, it depends. And the thing is, with that in mind, I'm gonna go here because we can use that. If you have the hito is the Japanese reading, but you also can say jin or nin. These are the Chinese reading. But in Japanese, you also have hito or ri or to. So one character, depending on the context and where things are, you will have different readings for the same characters, which is a bit complicated. I don't know when my app is going to be finished. Soon-ish. I would give it a month, to be honest. I would give it a month. Wouldn't go further than a month, but yeah. So maybe I need to figure out the payment system, but yeah, that's the thing. So to answer your question that you had right there, where you asked there, would I want to learn reading, writing, and speaking simultaneously? Yes and no. If you do, you're gonna kind of mix up stuff. You need to have a bit of a base. So hiragana and katakana are gonna be useful to help you think about the word. If I say kuruma and you have seen the katakana and hiragana characters, you will have the ability to potentially see in your head kuruma and type that as on the keyboard, because it's the Roman keyboard. You can type K-U-R-U-M-A, and if your keyboard is, or your computer is in Japanese, it will translate to the kanji that you need. But learning how to speak, read, and write at the same time is going to be extremely complicated. The write section, I don't like it. It is today not necessary, because I'm gonna do some back and forth today. That's what we're doing. Lots of back and forth. I showcase that before, but again, ku, right? That's ku, ru, ma, kuruma. That is the kanji for kuruma, for car. And my keyboard took care of it. So knowing how to write these, I don't care. Right? 車が2年生から死んだった。And that I did that because I know how the phrase is supposed to be said. But I don't know any of these kanjis. Like, I learned them, but I wouldn't be able to write shin by memory. That's not a thing. So learning how to write is useful if you want to go deep in the language and deep in the culture and all of that, but learning how to read is more important. You can do both at the same time, reading and writing, but reading is going to be faster for most people. And writing for me on a phone, on a computer, I learned English by speaking and listening. And then I started writing what I thought sounded good. That's about it. So when I'm speaking Japanese, sometimes I'm saying watashi wa, and then I'm like, no, it's ga, watashi ga. For that specific context, it's going to be watashi ga. So yeah. There's only one kanji for specific reading, but multiple readings for kanji. Yes and no. I don't think I understand entirely. Yeah. Yes. How could I say that? One kanji character, single character, will have a specific meaning alone. But when associated with something else, it will have a different meaning, obviously. And so you can combine kanjis together. Like if you have a person, like hito, and a tree, right? Person and tree, that's two kanjis. If you combine them into one new kanji, this is yasumu, which is to relax or to be off. And it's combined of the person radical and the tree radical. And that makes sense in a way. But that creates a new kanji. And if you have kuruma and hito, and these are two different kanjis, they're going to be read a specific way, and that means something different. Gresham, have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. So I wish I could explain that better, but I can't. As in, do we have one here? Yes, we kind of do. This mouse right here, which is gucci, is used here. It's used here. It's used here. These are the radicals that exist. And so the feet, hashi, you have the mouse, which is basically the head, the arm, and it's the bottom. It's the bottom part of the person, which is the feet. So that's hashi. you have like plenty of things like this. This character, which is hito, as I said, is here as well. That teeny tiny thing is hito. And that top section is the cover. And that thing is mu. And you can kind of guess things. The kanji that we use for the Japanese app that I'm building is based on the radical for this one. This is kiku, which is the door and the ear, and the one that I have is the door and the sun or the time. So it's kan. That's the difference. It's based on radical. You have multiple kanjis that are said the same way, if that's what you're saying. Like kan or sen, there is plenty of them. Sadly. Yes. Yes. Obviously. But yeah. Input. Yes. And then interest is going to be extremely important as well. Like, I'm going to say and show you something, but maybe, I don't know, maybe you find someone on YouTube that you kind of like for reasons, and it's like that person, and I'm just like looking at her vlogs and listening at how she speaks and just listening. She's just chatting most days, and I kind of like that. And there is plenty of people that I'm watching that are in the same realm of things, and if I like the person that I'm watching and I like their voice and I like their content, it's going to be easier to learn. So that's the thing. The watching of vlogs is going to be better in the long run to give you some street related way of speaking, but most days you're not going to use these types of Japanese speaking, if that makes sense to you. Oh, that's me. I just realized that's me. So yeah, input from these are going to be useful. There is plenty. Once you start, YouTube is telling you, oh, you like these? Cool. I'm going to flood your inbox. And they flooded my inbox. And now I have mostly this, which is fine. But yeah, that's things to know. Like if you like the person that you are watching, it's going to help. Like if you like the professor that you have for the language, if you get a professor at some point, it's going to help. If you want to follow through like specific, Ike-chan is one that we watch often. I watch often. And she speaks in a Kansai-ish accent. So I take that into consideration. If I'm watching Saki, I think Saki is going to be a pretty good example as well. Shit. It's not going to be spent in Japanese. Not this one. God damn it. I don't know who she is per se, but Masaki-chan. God damn, it's been a while. Saki is a different type of Asian girl, I would say, obviously. But she speaks about fashion, makeups, food, activities, things like that, travel, and it's a very, very, very different Japanese pitch, Japanese speed, and accent. It's more of a Tokyo style accent, but yeah, it's fun. So yeah, just yeah. If you just want something like fun, little discussion, Tepe is pretty good. Overall, it has a lot of basics Japanese, which are pretty good. If you just want to learn, just go there. Just what? This one. This one is good. Good channel. Good channel. The other one that I could potentially recommend for other types of Japanese content is gonna be, where they at? I watched one of their video not so long ago, but I don't like it. These. Same thing. These are gonna be easy, as the name implies, easy Japanese podcast. I have a bit of a hard time with the way that they speak, but that's a me thing. So maybe it works for you. It works for you. That's fine. There is another one. The one that I listen most days is this one. Resize FM. You don't have video, it's just a podcast, but they are designers and developer talking about design and things specifically. For example, this one is the AI and this one is the Figma UI 3 redesign updates. So these things are interesting. If you are into design, that's basically what I'm listening. I'm listening on Spotify rather than here, but that way I have, like, it's something that I know entirely. That is a subject that I have mastered, and when I'm listening to what they're saying, I'm like, oh, they spoke about this thing because this thing in Japanese is said in English with Japanese accent, and I get it. So I understood what they were talking about, and because of the field words that they have, it's the last link that I sent, Resize FM. These are really good. Yeah. If you know the content, it makes a lot of sense. Right now, we are doing. Oh shit. Mana? Mana じゃない。Mana. What do you mean you missed it? You have all the links in the chat, Colonel. It's above your head. just scroll up. It's all day. All day. Did I put it here? Please. Did I put it here? I didn't. God damn it. I did put it here. This one is really useful as well if you're a designer. These are design related words. So if you want to know how to say summary, that's word right there. And so that person as well has a podcast, pretty good. I don't think she has a YouTube channel, But right now, for example, with my teacher, I am reading this one about Studio that we checked a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, maybe 6 months ago now. It's been a while, but we've been reading these, and it's pretty cool, and it's simple, and because I know the content, it's easier, and yeah. Having interesting content, as I said. Mostly interesting. Most of the links that I shared as well are in the Discord, if you're interested in the Japanese learning section of things. But yeah, it's pretty good. It is pretty good. To learn the hiragana and katakana in 2 weeks, to have the pronunciation, if you are as annoying as me when it comes to pronunciation, Dogen is going to be the best option. Basically, in I think the playlist about pitch accent, right there, this is one of the best thing that you will have to pronounce words properly. And most of his explanation are really good. And it's just, it makes sense. It's old, but it's great. It's great content. I don't have some links about the Japanese resume, no, if that's the question that you had. I do not. I do not. But yeah, what's this? I need to rewatch it, by the way. But it's great. Nihon Shock is good to an extent. The other ones, technically, there should be like, yeah, there's this one. I think I downloaded this one like 2 weeks ago or something. That's more than 2 weeks. Sometimes. Some time ago. But it's good as well. It is good as well. But yeah, mostly that. I'm sure I missed some things in chat from earlier. And yes, so to go back to the typing on keyboard, if you type on keyboard, the computer is going to basically fill it up for you. But if you have two words that are sounding the same, you may find different outcomes. As in, today I had two. I forgot the words. Kaku? Kaku? 1 second. 弱にじゃない。受け取く Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I don't remember if it's this or something else. But basically they I think it's okay. Okay. Whatever. If you have that word typed in hiragana and katakana, or technically just hiragana, you have many words that are the same, as in right in English. It's the same. Multiple readings. And one of them means to throw up, and the other one means to go back home, or go back, I think. Kaeru. Yeah. Kaite. I think it's kaite. Anyways. sound the same, means different things. But yeah. It exists in every languages anyways, so that happens. But yeah. That is the base. That is the base.
It's muscle time!
God damn. Oh. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. This is so weird. I don't have his at. Why is he not live on my side? God damn it. Anyways. Otherwise, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Japanese question. I appreciate that. Specifically when I'm working on it. And yeah, we're also going to be on YouTube. As always, you're going to have the Discord if you have questions, if you want to learn Japanese and things. I have some resources in the language learning section of Discord. And yeah, you can stalk me online. I shall be back on Friday. Yes, on Friday. At 6:30. It should be fine. Should be fine. I wish I figured out the tabs. If that's the case, we're gonna be good. If that's not the case, we're gonna be good as well. As always, I said a lot of things.
Mom!
And oh yeah, I clicked that too quick. You can buy something from me if you don't want to sub here. But if you want to sub here and buy something from me, that's also appreciated. Anyways, as always, take care of yourself. I'm gonna see you on Friday. And yeah, we'll see if I wake up for the interview tomorrow. Okay, bye.